Welcome. I hope you're having a great weekend. Happy TBRathon weekend. Wanting to make sure you can see and hear me because I was playing around with OBS earlier. Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's fine. I think we're good. I think we've got good sound and everything, but oh my goodness, you never really know. So if I'm muted, we're just going to be silent for a minute before I figure that out. Hello, friends. Let me know what you're up to this weekend. What are you reading? If you're crafting, if you are going to be using these sprints to get some important tasks done, that to-do list that is never ending. I do see that we have Danny and Raven and Alex here. Q too. Hello, Q. Hi, Louisina. Hello, Julia. Bia's here too. Hello. Visiting with your sister. I know that you've been doing that. That's so great. I also see that Pete is here. Hello, Pete. And then Polis. Hello. Actually got the day off today. Awesome. So now you can work. Oh, on your presentation that you have really been putting off. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad because I know that in the Discord you had said, oh man, may end up having to work during these sprints, which is too bad, especially because I tend to have, I don't know, like 2 sessions, but this time around I decided to just go for like a longer session. So there we are with that. Let's see who else is here. So Louisina is going to be reading Sabriel. Interesting. Okay. And then reading Murder on the Marlowe Bell. Sounds great, Sarah. Hello, Maria. How are you? Oh my goodness, Bia. I love this message. Happy TBRathon. Don't forget to like the video. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you for being a member for 2 months. That is still baffling to me that, YouTube memberships is going so well. I hope everyone's enjoying them because it's definitely been a lot easier for me in the long run. I see happy 4th for the Americans. It was also Canada Day. So happy Canada Day back on the 1st of July. Hello to our German friends who are here in the chat too. I see a couple people saying that they're German, which is awesome. And then I also see that Fish is here. Hello, Fish. You need to finish editing a video, but really want to finish your book, The Family Experiment. That is awesome. And then need to pick your next read, Iona. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you just finished My Husband's Wife, which you hated. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry that you did not enjoy that book. Isn't that the worst? So hoping for a better read next. I feel as though sometimes, though, after you hate a book, you think, it can't be much worse, right? I have to have some better luck moving forward. So yeah, I'm hoping that that's the case for you. I hope you end up enjoying your next read. And then Coco is here. Hello, Coco. Good morning. A Fellowship of Bakers and Magic. That sounds really lovely. That sounds really sweet, actually. Happy Saturday to Elfled. Oh, I love that name. I've been reading Truth Is by Hannah V. Sawyer, and then The Witch Hat Atelier. Awesome. Hello, Servaja. I just saw that you dropped into the chat and you finished Murder on the Orient Express. 5 stars. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. It's really fun. At least it's a nostalgic read for me. And what a great way to get away from the heat. Because for most of us, I think in this, this area of the world that I'm in, we are experiencing extreme heat. And so Murder on the Orient Express, a snowed in train, that is honestly the dream at this moment in time. I would rather be there. I see that Bella's here, The History of the World in 6 Plagues. Whoa, that sounds quite intense. Very interesting, though. I can imagine that the information would be fascinating to read. Hello, Claudia, also from Germany. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. And then it's your brother's birthday for Espen. Oh my goodness. Well, happy birthday to Espen's brother. And then for Alex, my day is just starting. So have a few things that you want to do before reading. Working on How to Survive Your Murder by Danielle Valentine. Ooh, that sounds great. Yeah, today I've decided to just kind of relax. I'm going to read. And then, because honestly, when it comes to 4th of July celebrations around here, people like to use fireworks, and they they are very loud and distracting. And where I am, there's like 3 different fireworks being set off because there's like a park and then there's other things. And so I'm just like, I can't focus. There's no way I'm going to be able to focus. So if I want to read, I need to do it during the day, and then I can just do mindless tasks like do a puzzle or something, because I don't really do stuff for the 4th of July myself as an adult anyway. And then, Danny, 54% through Iron Garden Sutra. Oh my gosh, amazing. I also saw that Nikki had joined. Hello, Nikki. And then also, thank you for confirming that you can hear me. I appreciate it. I was like, people are continuing to talk, so I imagine you can hear me. However, there has been a time. Do you guys remember this? Was this back in January, my first TBRathon sprinting session? Maybe not. But I remember I hit live, started talking, and then everyone, because so many people were here, they just kept like busying themselves talking. So I thought that the live was going. And then lo and behold, a couple people said, well, is the sprint starting? And I think it might have been Ellen, Ellen Made Book Club, who was like, let's just give her some time. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not live. But I could see all the comments coming in. It was nuts. It was a crazy experience. Anywho. Good times, though. Good times. Hello, Isra. I also see that Julia's here, too. Hello, Julia. Sophia has a question. Do you have to read the Hercule Poirot series in order? No, which is glorious. I love that. A lot of Golden Age detective fiction with series, it's isolated. Each different mystery is its own thing. There are references to previous cases, but they're not spoiled. They're just kind of reference, oh, remember back when we were in France? And they're like, oh yeah, crazy times. So it's not spoiled at all. So that's really nice. So for instance, if you wanted to start with the Murder on the Orient Express, you're not going to be spoiled for any books before that. So yeah, don't worry about that. Great question. And then, need a rec for your next Christy. But you're going to start Betty today. Sounds good. Zavrasha. Do you want another Poirot? Because I could give you another Poirot. But you'd have to let me know if you're ready for like a hot location, because I do have one in mind, and I'm trying to remember. We did read it in the club though. So I might have to dig deeper, because now that you've been reading Christy with all of us, makes it tough. Hello, Temmie. Good morning. Happy TBRathon weekend to you as well. Actually just finished your July book this morning. Awesome. Most Ardently Yours by Freya Sampson. We'll be continuing your manhwa and That Which Feeds Us. Ooh, very nice. Congratulations on finishing a book. I see that Marie is here from the Netherlands. So cool. Whereabouts? Don't dox yourself, but where in the Netherlands, as far as like north, south, maybe the major city you're near. I ended up studying in Groningen, which was in the northern area of the Netherlands. And we might have already had this conversation. I apologize for that. I just always get excited when I see people referencing the Netherlands and Belgium specifically, because I did have a chance to live there in both countries for a little bit. I see that Docs is here. Hello. Reading A Summer's Never Over. That sounds like a lovely summer event. It's a book club read. You have to finish it by the end of the month. There was a readathon this weekend. Oh, interesting. Actually, there's quite a few readathons going on, and I would love to highlight them. I appreciate you all hanging out with me on this, what is a Saturday morning for me. But I know that I'm pretty sure July Noir is going on this weekend, I think, or I haven't had time to see Bree's announcement video, Locked Booktition, but I'm so glad that she has brought it back, because I know she took a break with Black Oween, and then she's kind of made it a year-long event, and I wasn't sure if she was going to bring back July Noir with some things that were going on. She was having surgery. So if you guys can give Bree a little love this weekend or this month, I'd really appreciate it. Locked Booktition. She is so, so lovely. I know that Summerween is going on too. It started yesterday. That's also why this was such a slow process of me actually scheduling these sprints, because I didn't want to overlap, because I know people like to participate in everything. And I was like, I don't want people to choose. I don't want people to miss out on all the events. And so I had to wait to see when Summerween sprints were going to be announced. And then I kind of just scheduled what worked for me. So yeah. And then, Finding Sprints really great for nonfiction. That is awesome. Today is Masters of Empire, about the indigenous people of the Great Lakes. That's so interesting. So I'm originally from Rochester, New York. So I I grew up very close to the Great Lakes, Ontario and Erie. So that's very interesting, especially because, yeah, there's a lot of history for like Indigenous people in that area and in, you know, all of North America and the world in general. But it's very interesting. I might have to write that down. And then Death on the Nile is so good. It really is. You were thinking Death on the Nile. Okay, so Louisina and I were on the same page because I was also thinking Death on the Nile would be a great option for you, Servash. I think you'd find it really interesting, especially because it's a similar idea to Murder on the Orient Express, this idea that there's an enclosed setting on some type of transportation and it's just forcing people in close proximity. And it's a bunch of like strangers and you're like, how are these people connected? And then there's like this wedding. So there's a lot of like romantic drama. It's very fun. So yeah, I hope you end up liking Death on the Nile if you end up picking that one up. And then, I mean, you can watch the David Suchet version of Death on the Nile. It's very good. There's a couple versions of Death on the Nile that are fun to watch afterwards. Good morning, Beth. You have a friend who moved to the Netherlands a few years ago for his work, and they love it. I am not surprised. The Netherlands is great. I love it so much, and obviously Belgium too. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they moved there. I've heard quite a few people, which maybe the Netherlands is kind of like, oh no, like it's going to get congested. A lot of people are moving here, but I mean, hey, you guys have a great country. You know, it sucks to be awesome, I suppose. Good morning, Camilla. How are you? Thanks for dropping in. You're reading Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. That's crazy. Maybe we've talked about this because I'm reading Jamaica Inn right now. I'm still not done with it. I'm reading it with Victoria Masters, who's also on YouTube. And we just have the last few chapters to go. Yeah, we're excited to kind of finish it up. I will say I think I prefer Rebecca over Jamaica Inn, even though it's been an interesting read. But yeah, I think Rebecca is going to end up being my favorite by her. And then, you lived in the south. Oh, you live in the south of the Netherlands, city of Eindhoven. Oh, so cool. But Groningen is a great city. Live a 20-minute drive from Belgium. Oh, awesome. Yeah. So when I was in Belgium, I was in Antwerp, but I was in one of the major cities, which was quite a privilege. But we did find ourselves going off to like Ghent and Bruges and that type of thing whenever, we decided to do it. Or like Leuven was also quite a fun city that also had a university. So it was very lively. So very fun. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. You guys don't want me to get on this topic because I'll just talk your ear off all day. And then Jenny's reading On Wings of Blood by Briar Bolin. Very interesting. Handful of trigger warnings. I mean, that's good, especially if you're looking for that. I think that when it comes to content warnings, people can choose not to read any of them. So then they can, just read everything blindly if they want. But yeah, I'm glad that she's provided them, especially if there's a lot. And then, Bella's asked if I've read Children of Strife yet. No. So you know how I just mentioned Victoria, Danny Dabbles, and myself, we have read every book in the series thus far together. And we're still trying to coordinate reading Children of Strife. It's a struggle with 3 different people relying on their libraries in various forums, trying to coordinate. And obviously the summer is quite busy, but we've pushed it to August. There's no guarantee it's going to happen, but we're crossing our fingers that we're going to read Children of Strife in August. So yeah. And to compare it to the other 3, I can't wait to do it. I haven't obviously been able to. But so far, I would say that it's tough because I think my favorite is still book 1, but I did enjoy books 2 and 3. They're even. I gave them the same rating, and so it's kind of like, which one do I like better? Maybe it depends on the day, So yeah, for now, I would say that books 2 and 3 are about the same to me. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if book 4 is like my new favorite or not. You'll have to let me know what do you think? What have you, how have you ranked them 1 through 4? I'd be interested to see so I can kind of prepare myself. July Noir starts on the 10th. Thank you so much, Nellie, for confirming that. Because I've seen the Discord, because I'm still in July Noir from last year, and I've seen the Discord popping off, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's this weekend. And I started to feel really badly because I was like, did I schedule TBRathon the same weekend as July Noir? Which, there's only so much you can coordinate, but I was like, oh my gosh. So thank you. That actually makes me excited because I can participate. So I'm going to have to watch that announcement video and stuff so I can actually join. But On that note, the timer has just gone off. I do see that Ben has joined. Hello, welcome. And Anna Maria, a few others, and Annette. Hello, Annette. But we're going to jump into our first sprint. I don't even know what I have it set for. That's a question. I have it set for 60 minutes. We're going to stick to 60 minutes for the time being. If anyone ever wants to switch, we can switch to like 45 or something like that. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. And I will see you guys when we get back. Hold on, friends. Sorry. I realized that I have the wrong timer going on. Oh my goodness. You all are watching me crash out. One second, I promise. Okay, is it this one? Let's see. It might be a different background. Oh my goodness gracious. This is insanity. This is OBS for you guys. I love it so much, but it's chaos. Okay. I'll see you guys in 59 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I know that quite a few of you joined during the sprint. Happy TBRathon weekend to you. Even if you're not participating, happy sprints. This is a great weekend to kind of try to relax, get some reading done. I ended up starting Less is Lost. I realized you all missed what I was reading because I didn't tell you. I mean, it's on the thumbnail, I think. But anyways, I'm reading Less is Lost by Andrew Sean Greer. It is the sequel to Less, which won the Pulitzer. Yeah, and I remember reading it the year I think that it won. And then the sequel has just been sitting on my shelf ever since. I see that Lucas, who also woke up, joined us. Just made it to page 19. That's great. Temmie's 33% into your book. Awesome. Tough Angel is here too. 18 pages. Wonderful. And my friend Julie is here. Hello. Just starting Mad Mabel by Sally Hepworth. Oh, she's a pretty big suspense thriller writer, isn't she? And then, oh my gosh, Lauren ran a 5K this morning. Well done. A good reason to be late. You've done more than a lot of us all day, so that's great. Got some computer work done too. Ah, wonderful. Joined halfway for Sharon. Awesome. Or Sharani, I should say. I think that's probably how it is. I missed the I at the end of your name. And then page 158 of Strange Pictures. Very nice. Hello, Isa. Thanks for joining us. Fish should be able to get to reading in the next sprint. Sounds great. Yeah, get that editing done. Then you've earned reading. I've got 2 videos that I need to edit, but I'm reading instead. So I'm doing the treat before the work, and that's okay. Hello, Jen. Good morning. Home from the gym, some coffee, and then now you're prepping dinner. Awesome. And then Werecat around 13% in your book. That's great. Coco, only about 40 pages left. Oh my gosh. You're so close to finishing. And then 4 chapters read for Nellie. That's great. And then camped on a sailboat on Flathead Lake in Montana last night. That is so cool. And now you're enjoying breakfast, reading 10 minutes, 38 seconds. Oh, that's great. I mean, I'm so impressed. That sounds amazing. Sounds so fun. Isurla, 14 pages. Great. Carpe Demon, I should say. 73 pages into the Stardust Grail. I need to get to that. I really want to read that author in general, and I've read nothing by them. Willow made it to 29%. Awesome. Owlish, good morning. Yeah, I know you didn't miss it. We just had 1 sprint, so you're all good. And then Colleen spent the sprint working, attempting to take a lunch break now. Yeah, enjoy your lunch. I know depending on the work you do, it can be tough to just give yourself the 30 minutes or the 60 minutes to have lunch and not allow work to bring you back in. So I hope you're able to do that and you can read. Yeah, that'd be nice. And then good morning, Aiden. You're having coffee, working on blogs. That's awesome. Oh, you added Less and the sequel to your TBR. Yeah, it's really well done. General fiction. I think that it's an odd one for the Pulitzer because typically Pulitzer reads are really heart-wrenching and dark and kind of revealing the darkest parts of humanity, bringing us to the brink at times. And Less is emotional, but it's more about this man who is getting into middle age and realizing that, especially as a gay man, he doesn't really know how to age. He doesn't really know what it looks like because when he was growing up and in his like 20s, he didn't really have that same visual of older queer people like living their lives, being happy. And so anyway, it's very interesting. And with Less is Lost, he sees someone that he cared deeply for die. He didn't see them die. He was notified of their death, and now he's trying to come to grips with understanding how that works and how he can move forward in that grief and still be happy and that kind of thing. So it's still about kind of aging. Iserla, welcome to Novel Tier. Oh my goodness, that's so nice of you. I hope that you enjoy. Actually, this weekend, tomorrow, we do have a watch party and sprints, the Mysterious Affair at Styles. If you don't want to watch, you can just take advantage of the sprints. But oh my God, like please let me know if you make it into the Discord and everything okay. So lovely to have you. Welcome to the library. So yeah. And then, yeah, good question regarding sprints. We're going to be going for quite some time. I don't have a set end time, but I did say in the TBRathon Discord that we'll probably hit around 6 hours at minimum. So I'm here for the day. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a great time. And then wait, I see Owlish is reading How to Survive Camping Lady in Chains. Oh, I hope you like it. So the first book is probably my favorite of the two that I've read so far, but Lady in Chains was so good. Both of them are high 4-star range, like campy horror books. Perfect for the season for this one too, because it does take place during the summer. So yeah, I hope that you enjoy it. Yeah, it's really fun for those who are interested. By Bonnie Quinn. The third book, called The Ancients, comes out in September, and I think it comes out on my birthday. So I feel as though it's a little treat for me. If not, it's the month of September, which is my birthday month. So I might just be equating that to it being on my birthday. But anyway. Stardust Grail was so good. See, I have, what do I have? Because I want to make sure that I'm also thinking of the right title. Yeah, so the title that I have on my TBR is Salt Crop, but I want to read Stardust Grail as well. I just don't know which one I'm going to get to first. And then Jen, you started Mansfield Park for Jane Austen. July, oh yeah, because Jane Austen July is happening as well. Katie from Books and Things, she continues to host that, which is really fun. I know that there are probably other hosts too, but I'm most affiliated with Katie. So very nice. You're going to read the chapters for today. Is it a reread for you, Jen? Or is this like a first time experience? Hello, Jacqueline. Welcome. And yay, Easterla, you're using the special emoji, one of the special emojis that we have. And you know what? It matches my shirt, funnily enough. And yeah, that's really funny. And then Lucina read 32 pages of Sabriel. That's awesome. It is a wonderful birthday gift. There are quite a few books that I'm anticipating in September. And I'm like, this is my authors, my favorite authors are just publishing books for me. That's what I'm telling myself. Because what's another one? I'm pretty sure okay, I might be completely wrong because this book might actually be coming out in like October or something like that. But I did pre-order it because that's how excited I am for it. Yes, so Exit Party by Emily St. John Mandel. That comes out in September, not on my birthday, but it comes out in September. And I'm very excited for it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I'm finally making connections. It's because my birthday is on a Tuesday this year. It all makes sense. For those who don't know, in the publishing industry, Tuesdays are like new release days typically. Like a lot of books get released on Tuesday. And so I'm like, oh, that's why quite a few books are being published on my birthday, but not Exit Party. It's another Tuesday of the month, but that's so funny. So yeah, Sarvasha, you started Betty. It's good. Feels like a slower read. Oh, for sure. So probably like maybe a bit of a slow burn. I recognize that cover too. I'm pretty sure it's got like purples, pinks, blues. If I'm thinking of the right book. Waiting to pick up a library book tomorrow. Awesome. So today will be lots of manga and novellas. Oh yeah, lovely. Take advantage of some short-term successful reads. I'm so excited for Exit Party 2, Stacey. I cannot wait. And actually, I haven't looked too deeply into the synopsis of this one. I'm looking forward to seeing if it also ties in with her other works that I've read, because Glass Hotel, Station 11, as well as Sea of Tranquility, they have those characters that kind of overlap. You can read them in any order, so it's not necessarily like a traditional series in that way. But it is fun to see primary, like main characters in one book find themselves as like guest stars in others. So I'm wondering if Exit Party is going to be like that. If not, it's totally fine. Cameos. That's a good way. That is the way to describe it. That's a good way to do it. Yes, they have little cameos in other books. That's awesome. And then Werecat has been doing some bits around the house. Awesome. Yeah, the ones that you're putting off, good to get them done, including cleaning the outside of my skylight. Yeah, I can understand why you would be putting that off. It doesn't sound like a fun task, but later you will be so appreciative when you can actually like experience the light through the skylight and everything. Hello, Amelia. You joined during the sprint. That's awesome. Then you forgot you weren't subbed on this account. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for subbing on the account. I know that if you're subbed on a different one, feel free to unsubscribe in this one, because I know that people probably have different YouTube channels for maybe different things they want to watch. So don't feel the need to subscribe on this channel. That's okay. So yeah, I appreciate it though. Happy to be reading with you all. Yeah, thanks. And we have a good crowd. It really exploded in this second chat, which is really exciting. So many people are ready to read and hang out. And then you're reading The Buffalo Hunter, and you're on page 220. You're in it. You're in the thick of it. I hear such good things about that book. I think it's the type of horror that wouldn't work for me. But I hope that you're enjoying it. And then amazing. Yes, it is Lucas. I am pretty lucky to be born on the day that I'm born on these new release days as well. Very fun when you get a book that you want to read on. I know, but that's the timing, right? So I've pre-ordered these books. And I'm like, will they arrive on my birthday? Probably not. And so, but that's okay. I have enough books that I don't necessarily need it, but it is kind of fun to be like, this book has the same birthday as me, it was born, it was published on the same day as me, I guess, which is really fun. What I've always wondered is with the month, day, and year, what was there a book that was published that matches your birthday, like your actual birthday with the year and everything, or like a film? That's always quite interesting to think about. So yeah, I also, what I also do, when I'm like buying groceries and things, when I get closer to your birthday and I see like the expiration date is my birthday, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm the only one who does that, but it's always kind of fun when you see the day of your birth, like kind of out in the wild, and you just kind of find this weird connection with the milk carton you're holding, very casual. Mansfield Park. It's a reread for you, Jen. Oh, very nice. And it's your least favorite Austen. Katie is very enthusiastic, though, trying to see it with fresh eyes. Yeah, and honestly, I have heard, depending on the Austen that we're talking about, people have found new appreciation. I think that I've heard it most with Persuasion, that people, if they're quite young when they read it for the first time, they don't really vibe with it. And then, decades later, upon reread, it becomes their favorite. So I have heard that with other Austen books, honestly. And you say sentence to sentence, it's amazing. That's great. Claudia Gray's, yes, the Rushworth plot ties into Mansfield Park too. That's awesome. I figured I couldn't, so for those who don't know, this series, it's the Juliet Tilney and Jonathan Darcy mystery series. They are the descendants, like the children of the couple in Pride and Prejudice and the couple in Northanger Abbey, and they solve crimes. And each book kind of ties in with one of the settings, one of the locations or kind of cast of characters from Jane Austen's canon. And yeah, the Rushworth plot is from Mansfield Park, and I haven't read that. So I enjoyed the Rushworth plot. It was very fun. But yeah, I wasn't as familiar with Mansfield Park because that's one of the Jane Austens I haven't read. So yeah, that's great that you will be able to kind of see those ties in later. Okay, so then Lucas, since I've only read one of Emily's books, I didn't know about the characters, but I love that. Yes, yeah, people don't realize, especially if you think about if you haven't read the books close enough, or you're not someone who retains certain info, like details about characters, you wouldn't notice because it's not overly, like emphasized that these characters are in other books. I remember I was reading Glass Hotel a couple years ago, and it had been a couple years since I'd read Sea of Tranquility and Station 11. But I'm pretty sure I remember those connections. So I was kind of anticipating connections when I was reading Glass Hotel, which I think was published first among the three that I just mentioned. And I was reading it with her old YouTube channel was called Book Lover Laura, but now she's changed her channel to Laura Says. That might be more familiar for some of you all. I read Glass Hotel with her, and we had a great time. And I was like, oh my gosh, all these connections. And she's like, I did not notice any of this, because it all depends on, who's reading it. And so, yeah, you don't necessarily need to see the connections. They're just fun Easter eggs, really. Ooh, Persuasion is Annette's favorite Jane Austen book. I've heard that so many times. And okay, Station 11 was published first. I wondered, I couldn't remember, because I had read Station 11 first, and then I read Sea of Tranquility, and then I read Glass Hotel, and I knew that I had read them out of order. I just couldn't remember what the order was. So yeah, very fun. And then on a technical reread of East of Eden, best of luck, Jilly. Haven't read it since the 1900s. What a funny way to phrase that. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your reread. We also were about to go into another sprint. So I'm going to have us go for another hour. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. And I hope that you have a productive sprint. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And a special happy birthday to Anouk. Yes, it is funny. All of the United States has been celebrating your birthday even before you were born. That is quite funny. I would be interested in hearing if other people have birthdays on holidays. Maybe not necessarily their holidays, but do you know if like another country, it's like, oh, that's our annual Independence Day or something. And you're like, I was just born. That's all I see about it. Also, Bree, Locked Booktician, is in the comments, which we were just discussing July Noir and confirming that it's next weekend, the 10th. So people have time to check out the announcement video and get prepped and reading for it. And it's kind of perfect timing because if you're participating in Summerween and you don't want it to end, it actually flows right into it. So I don't know, Bree, if you meant that on purpose, but that's great timing. So people can participate in everything. Like there's no worry about it overlapping. So that's awesome. But let's see, where are we at? So Raven, still listening to the audiobook of Crazy Rich Asians. Awesome. Hello, Emily, just joining. Ooh, a cold cut sandwich sounds good. I mean, cold food in this heat, I think that's the only way to go at this point. Fish, you did do some spirograph with your son, though. Oh, that's so fun, even though you didn't get to read. Congratulations, Molek, on finishing Strange Pictures just in time. I love that. This book doesn't really have chapters. It kind of does, but they almost act as page sections because they're quite long. Like the first chapter / section was 49 pages. It's also quite a short book, so it's very easy to read through. But yeah, I finished right at the end of a paragraph, and I was very happy about that. And then, quite a few other people are saying happy birthday to Anouk and for like celebrating percentages that they're at. I see Lauren mentioned writing 2,000 words of your script. That's great. And then, Mashu, I did see that you joined as well. Your husband has his birthday on the Belgian National Day. I think that's so fun because it's not the same as I know some people, if they're born on, say, Christmas Day or something to that effect, they kind of are like, oh, this isn't an ideal holiday. But I feel as though like a random kind of national holiday, it's not as bad. It's just kind of this funny thing where you're like, wow, everyone is celebrating me. They don't know they're celebrating me, but I'm just going to say that the country is, wishing me a happy birthday. Oh, and I see a comment that just came in from Sharon. And then you're finally making sprints. So great. And you're reading Crying in H-Mart. Oh my gosh, you're going to be crying soon too, I am sure. But you're born on Labor Day in Canada. So it's just kind of like, it's just like one of those random holidays that obviously has significance. There's an importance. There's a reason why the holiday exists. But it's just kind of funny that you're like, people also got to be born. People are born every single day. So you know what I mean? It's just the way it is. And then what else? Rose cleaned your bathroom, swept the floor. Ooh, so you are doing some tidying sprints. Good for you. And then Eliza, you are reading Killer Instinct. Someone else. Deborah? Deborah, are you reading Killer Instinct? I think I saw that as well for like kind of Summerween slasher stuff. I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm mixing that up. I saw someone else reading Killer Instinct earlier. And then Issa listened to 4.5 chapters of the Astral Library. Raven, it's almost cold for you where you are. I just saw 59 degrees. That is not the case here. We are in the 90s all week, unfortunately. Jen fed the cat. I'm sure the cat is very pleased to be eating. That's wonderful. Born on the anniversary of Mount St. Helen erupting. That's crazy. So we're even getting into the suggestion of being born on like major events. So not even like a holiday, but like a historical event. That's crazy. I wonder, when did you discover that? Was it maybe when you were in school? Yeah, that's crazy. Didn't read this sprint. That's okay, Belle. But you updated your Herked spreadsheet. Awesome. And then Emily was born on Labor Day in America. That's so funny. And it's also interesting that so Labor Day in Canada is the 6th of September, and Labor Day in the US is the 5th of September. That's very interesting, I'm not really sure why those are our Labor Days, honestly. And then Bree's reading I'll Watch Your Baby by Nina Veal. I don't know that. I'm going to have to look into that book, though. It sounds good. And then 5 more chapters for Nellie. Awesome. Sometime in the future, this is from Anouk, I want to visit the United States on my birthday and pretend the fireworks are just for me. Yeah, that would be really fun. Yeah, that's hilarious. And then and of course everyone's like, "Oh, happy 4th." That's the other thing about our holiday, I think, like the United States. You can say like Happy Independence Day, but a lot of people just say Happy 4th of July, and it is a little bit weird to just say Happy insert day and month. It'd be like Happy 2nd of September, and it's just like what? It is kind of interesting that we can say it in that way as well. I've never really thought about it. Like you wouldn't, like on Christmas, you wouldn't say Happy 25th of December or something to that effect. For Valentine's Day, Happy 14th of February. Like people don't do that. So anyway, very interesting. I just went on a tangent there. Let's see here. So it looks like 38% in Fugitive Telemetry. I hope that you're enjoying it. I really enjoyed the Murderbot series. My preference is for that first quartet, but all of them are excellent. So yeah, I hope you continue to have fun with it. Isra, hello. You missed the last chatty bit. That's okay. Gonna start The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Also such a good time. I need to continue that series. So I ended up reading that for Battle of the Booktuber. Who remembers that? That was a while ago. It's kind of crazy how time flies. But yeah, that's kind of wild. It was a good time, but I need to actually continue that series. Labor Day in the United States is the first Monday of September. Yeah. So that also shows that that's not always on your birthday. And Labor Day in Canada is also the first Monday of September. Wait. So that means we're always having it on the first Monday of September. It's just that maybe on different days, 5th, 6th, etc. So there, I think we got to the bottom of it. That makes sense. And then, Bree, you're enjoying so much more than Listen to Your Sister. Oh, is that another book by that author? Because I see that you're responding to Nellie talking about it. You've got an hour and a half left. And the twist was done so well. Ooh, okay. Might have to look into this then. Interesting. Servasha took a break from Betty, started a new mafia romance. It's starting out pretty good. That's great. I know that those have been your saving grace, but there was that one. You mentioned it in the Discord that it was awful, awful, awful. So I'm glad it hasn't completely turned you off of mafia romances. Oh, and then in Germany, you would say Happy 24th of December. That is another good point. Different countries, different languages would be saying it in a different way. Very fascinating. And speaking of, so I am just over 50 pages into Less is Lost, and there was an interview in German. Apparently something that Les likes to do is he likes to listen to slow German news. I think it's his way of practicing his German. But he was just interviewed by someone because he's an author, and he does the interview in German, and it's all translated into English, of course, and it allows us to see how bad his German actually is. He's not very good at it, the way his sentences are formed, and then also his choice of words. For instance, at one point they're discussing how he's interviewing this very famous person soon, and they're like, "Oh, like how do you feel about interviewing this person?" And he says, "Oh, it seems a mental illness. Mr. Mandern me asked to with him go, but he has, yes." And it's probably more like it just seems crazy that I'm that I get to have this experience with him. So it's fun whenever we get those kind of direct translations from it. Yeah. And even when someone asks him something and doesn't really comprehend, it just says, I do not understand. Because the translate, like it's not working. They're using German words that he apparently isn't familiar with. So I've enjoyed that little bit as someone who also attempts to study other languages. I've felt that way whenever I've spoken Dutch or dabbled in French. I'm like, I'm probably not forming these sentences in the right order. It's fine. So that's been quite fun. And then, anyone has any recs for mystery horror fantasy? Oh, that's a good question. So, I would say a series that has all three would be by Susan J. Morris, Strange Beasts and Wayward Souls. That one is a sapphic kind of fantasy mystery with horror elements because you are dealing with monsters. Ooh, that's tough. I would say that Robert Jackson Bennett in his Tainted Cup, in his Anna and Din mystery series, there are some like creepy, dark moments because like, the flora and fauna are terrifying. Yeah, that's a good question. I might have to think of a few others though. That's great. Yeah, fantasy, horror, and mystery. I'm sure I have a few on my shelves. I just can't really think of that combination. July 4th means a lot of things to different people. Yeah. Why we say happy 4th, 4th of July. That's true too. And then do not count the number of words I wrote. That's okay, Ben. Wrote the full opening image. Okay, great. And then, hello, Jess. May have just gotten out of bed at noon. Wonderful. I hope that you allowed your body to rest. And you know what? Take advantage of the weekends. This is something that I think about back in the day as a youth. I remember kind of whiling away my summer weekends in general, and just like sleeping in. And now I just don't do that anymore. And it's like when I was a kid, I could sleep till like 12, 1, 2 o'clock. Granted, I was staying up really late. So I needed to sleep in until that time. But now I don't remember the last time I slept past like maybe 10. So yeah, I will live vicariously through you, Jess. Not fresh from the shower, ready for foodstuffs and reading. Sounds great. Did you say you're now fresh from the shower? I think that's probably what you meant. So funny. And then yes, Sicko by Amo Jones. Okay. Yeah. More of a dark romance, but it was horrible. Okay. And then, oh yeah, T. Fisher is probably a good option for those combinations. You know what I was also thinking, and you probably have already read it. I don't know how much of horror it gets into, but The Conductor, is that what it's called? That one has been on The Conductors by Nicole Glover. That one I know is a fantasy mystery, but I don't know if there's horror elements. It's been on my TBR for quite some time. And then, mystery, fantasy, horror series could be the Sworn Soldier series by T. Fisher. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, just read Strange Beasts on audio, like fantasy mystery, don't usually gravitate towards horror. And I think that it's a safe bet for non-horror because there are like horror monsters in it, but I do think it's more of a fantasy mystery that adds horror elements to it. So it's actually probably a good book for people who aren't really big horror readers. And then, yeah, no, I don't celebrate the 4th. My ancestors suffered too much for the independence of the United States. Honestly, yes, too true, Brie. I think that is why it's such a divisive thing. Like, and don't bring up like Columbus Day and all of those things. Thanksgiving. It's like these holidays, not necessarily. They were like built with the blood and flesh of others, of groups of people who have suffered at the hands of our ancestors, my ancestors probably, you know what I mean? So like that's definitely something to keep in mind. Hence why I think especially this year, because it's like the 250th anniversary, it's like read the room. This is especially not the time to really be too happy, I think, for many of us. So yeah, for sure, Brie. I'm glad you brought that up. You've been trying to read The Conductors for a while. I started it and I was like, oh, this is really interesting. And then I got distracted, but I've been meaning to get back to it because I was really intrigued by it. And then didn't go to bed until after 8 a.m. Oh my gosh, no wonder. You pulled an all-nighter? Oh my goodness, that couldn't be me. Last time I did that, I don't know. And then Grave Empire, That might be a good one. I haven't read that myself. And then Sravasha started work at 6 a.m. So my body wakes up no later than 5 every day. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Especially when your body is so used to it. Is also quite healthy for us to be on like a normal regulatory system, as far as like waking up and going to bed at the same time. So yeah, it's the right thing to do, but you probably aren't very happy that your body is making you wake up at 5 when you could be sleeping in. Oh, you went to bed at 2 a.m. originally, but your nurse friend who works night shift pocket dialed you at 2:45, and then you couldn't fall asleep. Yeah. Bright side, it wasn't a uh-oh, who have we lost kind of phone call. That is too true. And that would be really hard to yeah, it wasn't. I saw I understood the typo. Oh my gosh. But yeah, for sure. And then Mystery with Creepy in an Urban Setting, Shutter by Ramona Emerson. Very nice. Okay, that's another recommendation. And then for Lucas, the boss was asking if we were going to wear red, white, and blue on Thursday. Oh, we had Friday off. Yeah, because, yeah, that's true. And I also just realized the timer went off. So we will get to a sprint. I just realized. I told him I should wear black for morning. Yeah. And not that, people who are celebrating the 4th of July, going to fireworks, you do you. But I do think it's a really tough holiday. Especially when you grow up and realize all of the things that have happened to make this country the way that it is today. It's not really a bright spot for us. So yeah, for sure. But that is like a very dark joke to be wearing black for morning. It's like, yeah. If you want to share how he reacted, feel free. But yeah, that's a good one. So, okay. On that note, friends, let's get into another sprint. Oh, so Sophia's saying, could we do a shorter sprint? And I did offer that we could do that. So we're going to switch to 45. For those of you who are terrified of super short sprints, don't worry. We're not going for that much shorter, but we will go for 45. How about that? I'm someone who will rarely do like a 30-minute sprint anyway, but 45 sounds good to me. Thanks for bringing that up, Sophia. And then Julie's been clean. Oh, you've been off cleaning, made 10% in your book. Awesome. Wear red for bloodshed. Yeah, period. Honestly, Raven, too true. Oh yeah, the boss kind of shrugged and nodded. Yeah, 'cause probably like, oh, awkward conversation. Can't carry on with this. So let's just not react. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, Sophia. No worries. Thanks for asking. Okay, so I will see you all when we get back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Love to see that Jess got lunch, worked on some reviews. Those are two things that I also have to get done. Not necessarily today. The lunch, yes. The reviews, will I ever get it done? I don't know. But I definitely am going to be eating lunch in the next sprint. I'll tell you guys that right now. I made it another 20 pages into Less is Lost. So that means I've read, 72 pages today. Physically as well. I don't have the audio. It's been a while since I've, just had a physical read. So I've been really enjoying it. Although I'm also getting like a little bit like afternoon sleepy. So that's why I need lunch to wake me up a little bit. Temmie, 60% into That Which Feeds Us. Awesome. Lucas spent a lot of the sprint doing things that needed to be done. Okay, sure. And then you made it to page 5. Ooh, very nice. 51. There we are. Page 133 for Q. Awesome. Emily got to page 226. And then also we've got Coco. Made it to chapter 7 in The Mysterious Affair at Styles. Okay. It's your first Christy. Enjoying it so far. I find it very enjoyable. It's honestly an impressive debut novel. The fact that that was the first mystery that Christy ever wrote, I think that is probably among the most impressive things. Even though it's very different from her later work, because she was still very much inspired by like Doyle and other Victorian authors. So yeah, hello Bethany, enjoying the slightly better weather today, hanging out in the yard with the kids. That's awesome. We also have got Sam here, about 50 pages of the middle grade arc that you need to review by Monday. You can do it. And you ate a cupcake. Oh my gosh, that sounds great. I have no sweets in the house. And I can like feel that I have no sweets in the house. I usually have something, like whether it be chocolate or some type of dessert or just something to munch on. And I have nothing. And I'm like, that needs to be corrected. And then congratulations, Lauren, on finishing your script. And you made lunch, wrangled a dog who was acting bad. Oh no. The poor pup. Innocent until proven guilty, I'd say, depending on what the dog did. And then Bethany, actually not sure what to read for Map of Stories. Yeah, so I am currently hanging out at Rambling Acres, for those who are familiar with the Map of Stories for TBRathon. That's supposed to be like contemporary, general fiction. And so I felt like Less is Lost. It doesn't necessarily have to be that genre. I like to read the genre that has inspired the location. But I thought that it did fit bright cover. Also because it's quite shiny, yellow. I feel as though it could be brighter, but I think I count this as a bright cover compared to the opposite of it. And then happy Saturday to you as well, little okay. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hydrate. Yes, thank you for that reminder too, especially because of how hot it is for some of us. We forget. And we're reading. I feel as though we get distracted. Have we eaten today? Have we had water? Everyone who's watching this right now, take a sip of water if you haven't already. That is a good point. And then let's see, Heather's halfway through the read. Awesome. Stacy got some unpacking done. Great. While listening to an audio. Marie finished James 5 stars. You and so many others. That is a book that I want to read eventually too. And now you're reading Poverty by America. What great reads. Like you are choosing some really thought-provoking ones too. That's awesome. And then Sharon changed books to The Seven Moons of Molly Almeida. I don't know this. Waiting for our stove to be delivered. Holy moly. Good luck with that. That's great. Hopefully it will be installed well, and then you can start using your new stove ASAP. Everyone needs sweets in the house. Yeah, you're a sweets girly. Me too. And I know not everyone likes sweets. They're maybe more of a savory type of palate. I like having sweets. I always have to have a treat in the house somewhere. Just also for like, just in case. Like I don't necessarily have something sweet every day, which for the most part I do, but I like having it in case I have a craving. And then Jacqueline's back. Hello. Sophie had fun. Too hot. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Especially where I am, it's like midday. And this is like the hottest time of day too. Jen read another chapter of The Last Hour Between Worlds. That is on my TBR as well. Long chapters. That's where I'm at. This chapter that I'm on is like another 75 pages. So I have like 50 more pages to go before the chapter ends. So yeah, these long chapters, it can be tough. Lynn had to pause your book, finish proofreading 80,000 words for a freelance assignment. Oh my goodness. Yeah, cheers on everyone though. Yeah, for sure, who's able to do it. But also good for you. You had to get this done. You're making progress, so that's important. Going to make some banana pudding during the next sprint. Start some spaghetti sauce for dinner. It sounds delicious, Heather. Uh, Oh, Jess, there were 0 sweets in my house this week, so I made no-bake cookies on Thursday. I'd have preferred chocolate chip, but like, yeah, turning on the oven, so true. That you got to pick your battles. You're like, I really want something sweet, but do I want to heat up the house? No, that is not what I want. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. Because I'm like, I have stuff I could make to enjoy sweet things. You know what I do have? I have some frozen fruit in the freezer, and so I'm like, ooh. Sometimes I just like to eat like frozen blueberries. I find them to be very refreshing. A different type of sweet, not necessarily chocolate, but it is sweet. So maybe I'll have to tide myself over with that. Always have to have at least one baked good, which is why I made muffins in nearly 100. I love that Q's comment is right after Jess, where Jess is like, no baking, gonna have no bake like cookies. And then Q is like, I did in fact bake muffins. I am guilty of that. Oh, but yeah. Reading a Forbidden Romance prequel today. Very cool. Oh my gosh. I don't know though. That to each their own, but I don't know if I would touch that subject. That would be really tough. I had a really hard time. There was like an Elsie Silver book that I absolutely hated that had a similar vibe. So yeah, oh goodness. I don't know. A little okay, to each their own, but I would not be reading that book. And then Issa listened to 3 chapters, finished the hardcover for the book. You're rebinding. So cool. You're happy that you were productive. You should be. Everybody pat themselves on the back. If you made any progress in anything today, because we should be proud of ourselves. And then Valentine read 15% more of Sunrise on the Reaping. You're almost finished. Yeah. And with the tears, you're like probably in your emotions right now. Annette has ice cream. Oh my goodness. There is a local market that will, like a farmer's market, and they make their own ice cream, and they'll do like blueberry cheesecake ice cream, rum raisin, all of these flavors that I really love and are hard to find. And so usually I like to stock up, and it's nice because I get to support local. So I've been thinking, I wonder if they're open today. I don't think they are. So that is also a difficulty when there are holidays about, because I'm never sure who's open and who's not, especially small businesses. I think that's where it's tough to know if they're open or not. And then Pony, working on the fantasy anthology, These Kindred Hearts. Hello, happy weekend to you as well. And then for Azure, next sprint, switching to audiobook and knitting. I also saw, Azure, that you made it into the Discord for the library. Thank goodness. I hope it didn't give you too much trouble, because I know that it's been tough for some people. So yeah, welcome to that. And then you finished 40 pages of nonfiction so far, did chores. Awesome. Beth took a nap. Good. Your body needed that nap. I'm very happy for you. I am in a bit of a sleepy mood, but I'm also not a napper. I think I've told you guys this before. It's really tough. I feel like I always feel worse and groggy, and that's probably because I haven't mastered how to wake up at the right time, like not sleeping too much, not sleeping enough. And so I'm not a napper. I am a person who will have a nice long sleep at night though. But yeah. And then Nellie used the last sprint to factory reset a Windows Vista laptop so you can recycle it. Oh, that's awesome. Planning to eat now and then focus on the 2 old desktops I have. One is Windows 7. Whoa, isn't that kind of crazy? What are we on now? Windows 11? Is that what that is? Windows 10? The numbers, with all of these different like tech gadgets, I cannot keep up. But that's great that you can recycle it, because I think a lot of times when it comes to tech, people don't know how to dispose of them appropriately and safely for the environment. So I'm glad that you were able to do that. Sharon, not a huge sweets person, but we'll be making banana chocolate chip muffins soon. Oh my goodness. And I do think that there is like a nice balance of like fruit sweets, right? Like fruit as sweets, so like banana. I mean, you're going to have chocolate chips in the muffins, and I would do the same. But even like banana muffins or like zucchini bread, I feel like there is some sweetness to that. So it's the best of both worlds. Like apple bread is really good too. pumpkin bread, I also really enjoy. I feel like I'm bringing up all of these breads that I typically see at the farmer's market in fall. So apparently I'm dreaming of fall, which I shouldn't be. We should be enjoying the summer while we have it. Hello, Ma. Thanks for joining. Ooh, yeah, Rose loves frozen blueberries. I'm glad I'm not the only one. So I've got frozen blueberries. Sometimes I'll do frozen strawberries, but I have to like let them just kind of exist for a bit because it's like a chunk of ice. So usually I'll do frozen blueberries or like frozen raspberries. Those are quite yummy. But yeah, blueberries are my favorite. And then Coco, my friend got a Ninja Creamy. What is that? For her birthday, made mango sorbet this week. It was so creamy and refreshing. Oh my goodness. Mango sorbet is delicious as well. Anything that's mango. Wow, I'm really jealous. Ooh, that sounds great though, and dangerous to have that. You're like, I could make ice cream. I could make sorbet whenever I want. But yeah, also being able to take advantage of it when you need something sweet and you don't have it. I don't have to go out, in 100-degree heat if I want something. Jacqueline, my husband, gave me Horus Rising to read. Oh, I don't know this. Sounds interesting. Maybe is it like sci-fi? I feel like it gives me like a sci-fi tone. Baked a Marionberry cobbler last night. I don't think I've ever had Marionberry. A cobbler sounds delicious though. Love banana bread, but I've never made zucchini apple pumpkin, but I should. Yeah, it's so good. I really enjoy them. Probably actually, of the group, banana bread might be my least favorite, and that's not to throw shade on the banana. I do enjoy banana bread, but I think my favorite of the group is actually zucchini bread. One time I tried to make zucchini bread and it was an awful, awful failure because I don't think I like drained it enough. I don't know. I did terrible. So I leave it to the experts. But yeah, it's one of my favorite, and even pumpkin bread. Yeah. That one, it can certainly be eaten year round, but for me, it just gives me fall vibes, I think. All of the kind of pumpkin desserts too, like pumpkin cookies. Oh my gosh. Pumpkin chocolate chip cookies. That is really good. Add frozen fruit to your parfait. Delicious. Yes, I'll do that when I do like overnight oats. I'll have like yogurt, granola, and then I'll throw in like whatever frozen fruit, and then maybe like a dollop of peanut butter or some honey. Put it, close the jar, put it in the fridge. So the next day it's ready to go. But then that's in order for the frozen fruit to unfreeze. So a little bit different, but yeah, that sounds great. And then Polis came back really late, but managed to finish your first book of July. Congratulations. Yes, this one, I don't know what will be my first book in July. It might be this, but it also could be Jamaica Inn, which I'm carrying over from June. I think those are probably the two books I'm going to be working on this weekend. And then, must be in the Pacific Northwest. Never seen Marionberries away from here. Ooh, so it's a blackberry hybrid developed in Oregon. Okay, then that makes sense. Oh, that's so interesting. I might have to look into that. Okay, so Horus Rising, it's a knockoff Dune series that became its own. Oh, kind of like maybe like a fanfic in a way, that has a life of its own at this point. Pumpkin and white chocolate chip cookies. I've never done it with white chocolate chips. I'm also not as much of a white chocolate person. I do prefer like milk chocolate or dark chocolate. But oh yeah, I mean, I would eat them either way. First book in July was Green Fuse Burning, which I read because of Leandra recommending it years ago. I hope you enjoyed it. I can't remember if we've talked about it. But yeah, Green Fuse Burning is so good. That one is like eco horror by an Indigenous author, Canadian as well. It's a Canadian press, Stelliform Press. I still need to read Wildcraft Drones, which I ended up buying from Stelliform Press to support them. But yeah, I've been meaning to read more by Tiffany Morris. Who's the author, because it looks really good. The author of Green Fuse Burning. I'm like talking about various books in one go, but that's very exciting. Can't have banana bread until winter due to oral allergy syndrome. Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that. But it's good that you can have it in other seasons. But okay, we are about to go into another sprint. I will have us go for another 45. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I hope this was a nice, nourishing break before we dive back into being more productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was that sprint for you? As planned, I went ahead, had some lunch, and then I made a little tiny bit more progress in Less is Lost. And interestingly, I feel as though this was a good book to pick up this weekend, especially in the discussions of here in the US, the holiday that we're having. This book is featuring Les traveling various parts of the United States and also just trying to figure things out. And there's been a lot of literary references to historical American authors. And so it's quite contemplative, which I think it just works with the vibe of how I'm feeling. So I don't know. It's been very interesting. Hello, Tennille. Welcome. And then let's see here. Sarah finished your book, so you had to pick up another. Inspired by Leandra. A is for Arsenic, The Poisons of Agatha Christie. That's so cool. So the author of that book actually was a guest on She Done It. Interestingly. So yeah, Caroline, my boss, essentially ended up getting to interview her, which was very fun. So very cool. And then Moth finished your chapter with 10 seconds left. Perfect timing. It always works out that way. I feel like we just kind of know. Our bodies, our reading minds have a feeling, and we just happen to stop at the perfect moment sometimes. And then Lucas made it to page 90. Jasmine is lying on my bookmark. Oh, you're like, I guess I'm just going to have to use my hand. You know what I thought about? I've done this a couple times and I'm like, ooh, I'm so daring. I'll start a book and I don't have a bookmark and I'll just be like, okay, Leandra, you were on chapter 5. Just remember it. And I'll just shut the book and I'll be like, oh my gosh. That's where I get my adrenaline rush, apparently, is living on the edge and reading a book without a bookmark. It never lasts very long. The next time I get a bookmark, but it's very funny how that works out. Pony, just have an hour left in your book. Oh my goodness, perfect. Jacqueline read the 2 short stories from the anthology to catch up. Wonderful. Always apprehensive to read anthologies unless it's a one a day. Yeah, I feel like I have to remind myself that when I pick them up, it's meant to be, we can take our time. It's not meant to be binged. It's fine. And then a dancing nerd reads upgraded membership to novel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope that you enjoy your time with the library, however long it lasts. If you've got trouble joining the Discord, please reach out. Let me know, because I know that I want to make sure everyone has access to the Discord, because that's where the community really thrives too. But yeah, thank you so much for joining YouTube memberships. I really appreciate you. And then what else? I got distracted by the exciting notification. And then Stacy missed the last chatty bit because was out walking with your mom and dog. Now it's time for lunch. Oh my God. I hope you had a great walk with your mom and dog. What a great threesome. I'm sure you had a great time. Meryl could finally join. Yay. And then we also have another Stacy in the chat. Got about 30 minutes left in your book, making some lunch now. The 2 Stacys are making lunch. I really enjoy that. That is a fun image. Temmie switched to reading a manhwa. Awesome. Tennille finished today's pages for your 2 buddy reads. Wow, you are doing all of the buddy reads. I feel like, Tennille, you're always in a buddy read. I don't know if that's how you feel. I'm trying to allow myself a couple buddy reads a month, and then that's max, because it has gotten a bit out of hand. Hello, Pau. Hola, as you say in your comment. Just started Warbreaker, but only read the forward acknowledgments. I mean, you're diving into quite the read from what I can hear, so it makes sense that you basically are just getting through the forward. Moth, really enjoyed Less when you read it, but haven't read Less is Lost. Glad you're enjoying it. I am, and so Less follows Arthur, our novelist, and he just goes on this kind of whirlwind tour. He ends up accepting all of these invitations to attending a prize ceremony, working at a workshop, for writing, and these various experiences to various continents. And now Less is Lost. It seems as though Andrew Sean Greer, the author, has decided to bring Arthur on a tour de force of the United States in certain ways. And a lot of it is reminiscing about other places he's been. So it's not necessarily, he is physically traveling, but he's also just kind of mapping out different memories that really affected him. And so it's been kind of interesting to read. It's been a very easy read as well, as far as like, I've managed to read over 80 pages in one sitting, which is pretty impressive. And then It's okay. I still have all the amazing readathon bookmarks next to me, and they are gorgeous. Every year, the bookmarks are top tier, but this year's was great. Servasha got to 22% in your Mafia book. It's juicy. That's great. Owlish now read 89 pages of The Lady in Chains. My hunch was right. Not happy about it. I had hoped that I was wrong. What was your hunch? I guess maybe we're getting to spoiler territory. I don't know what you were assuming. Yeah. I want to know because I just read Lady in Chains last month, so it's very fresh in my brain. Amelia up to page 256. Great, slow, steady progress. That's good to hear. Really enjoying how thought-provoking it is. I can imagine. I think everything by Stephen Graham Jones is likely described as thought-provoking, as it should be. Meryl, I've also done that when I didn't have a bookmark yet. You're just like, we're just gonna have to see. But I love that it's coming from Azure. My ADHD would not do well with just remember where you were. Yeah, no. I can like feel the risk of it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I apparently do not live a very exciting life if that feels risky to me. And then Sophia just ate 3 of your stuffed clams. Let me tell you, they were good. I'm glad that they were good. That sounds, seafood sounds delicious as well, actually. I feel like I eat a lot of seafood in the summer. Trying to figure out what book to pick up next for Summerween. Need a pink on the cover book. Oh, that's right. I remember that was one of the prompts. And a new to you author. Ooh, I would say, depending on the type of reader you are, both of Hildur Nutsdottir's publications are very pink covers. They're novellas. With Night Guest, there are trigger warnings regarding the cat death, harm to cats. But in Dead Weight, that is an excellent thriller that does have a cat, but the cat is okay. Just so everyone knows. So I Dead Weight, I just read it the other month and it was so good. So I don't know. I would like to highlight that author because it's translated from Icelandic as well. And so we got to support translations when we can. But yeah, people should share other pink books. I'm trying to think what else is quite pink. Bury Your Gaze, I think, has pink in it. This will be a fun rabbit hole to go down. What are some pink, kind of eerie, creepy books or Summerween-esque books that we could recommend? And you don't have to take any of these recommendations. It's just kind of fun to get a prompt to come up with. So no worries. Let us know what you end up picking. And then Stacey, always forget about the special emojis. I know, because they're kind of random too. I want to incorporate more. I just have to figure out what kind of emojis we would want. So stay tuned about that. Sharon just hit 10%. Great. But my wife put the soccer game on. Oh, yeah. And you're like, is it kind of like now I want to watch the soccer, with my wife? Or are you thinking, now I'm just going to be distracted, even though you just want to read? Because of noise and excitement. Not always in a buddy read, normally 1 every month or 2. But you have 3 in July, so it's just kind of one of those things where things added up. That makes sense. 15% into your audiobook queue. Great. And then got a bunch of chores done. Jilly spent the last sprint putting together a new Lego set, the sushi restaurant. That sounds awesome. Yeah, a few of us have been discussing the different Lego sets. I know that there's a tuxedo cat that I would love to have. That looks great. What else? There were a couple others that we discussed. I can't remember. I think it was actually Lucas who has the tuxedo cat, and then Lucas has one other one. But yeah, we were talking about the different Lego sets, and then Anne too. I don't think she's here today, but she was doing Lego. The Amazing Readathons never arrived. Likely lost in the mail. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Tennille. I wonder, is there a chance that they'll arrive a month later at times? Sometimes that's happened to me. But other times it's just they are just gone and we're going to have to mourn their loss. And then very spoilerly, unfortunately, all I can say is it concerns the lady with extra eyes. Yes. I think that it's well done once you finish the book. we'll have to have a little chat about it to see if your disappointment continues or if you can kind of see where the novel was going. Srivasha, my audio is supposed to come in soon for Way of Kings. So nervous. You and me both. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to pick that book up. I think I want to finish some priority reads. So, the Iron Garden Sutra, I want to make sure I finish that. I've got kind of a buddy read heavy first half of the month, and so I probably won't start Way of Kings until like mid-July, if I can work up the courage to start it. We'll see if that can happen. Books with built-in bookmarks are the best. Yes, Pow. I have had a few books recently, like hardbacks that have like the little string, and I'm like, wow, this is so convenient. Like, no wonder this was like an invention that, was come up with. But a lot, it is interesting. I suppose it kind of feels like maybe just extra and superfluous, but it is interesting that like most hardbacks now don't have that. And obviously paperbacks have never had something like that, but that is quite interesting. And then Pink Book, Bunny. I was thinking of Bunny, and what's interesting is in my brain, I had the hardback that's black with pink writing, which still counts because I think it's just pink on the cover. But I do think the paperback is all pink as well. Probably depends on country, because I do think some of the covers aren't pink and black, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Reading The Dead in the Dark by Courtney Gold for the pink prompt. Oh yeah, people who are doing Submarine and who've already chosen their book can like insert in the chat what they're reading. There we are. That makes sense. For some reason, I was like, oh yeah, no one's participating in this. It's like you all probably have your own pink book chosen. Now off to get nitrile gloves. Husband has a caustic project he is working on. Best of luck to him. 60 pages of Next Time will be our turn by. Oh, Jesse Q. Sutanto. I have been meaning to try the newest book by that author. Is that what this is? Next Time You'll Be Our Turn by? I think Next Time You'll Be Our Turn. I feel like Jesse Q. Sutanto has just come out with a new series, and maybe that's it. The UK cover of The Incandescent. Okay, it's another option. Just going to be distracted. Oh, yeah, Canada versus Morocco. Ooh, cool matchup. Very interesting. Seconding The Bunny Rack. Really liked it. And then there is the sequel. We Love You, Bunny, I think it's called. Ooh, I don't know if you guys can hear the sirens. Hopefully, wherever they're heading, those people are okay, and hopefully it has nothing to do with fireworks. It's quite early, but my brain is going fire hazard in my mind, so hopefully everything's okay. Best offer wins. You're right. That is a very pink cover. Lucky Day does have some pink. Sundial too on hand, but I'm always game for a trip to the library. You know what? So Lucky Day. I loved that book. That's been my favorite Chuck Tingle work to date, and I am looking forward to Fabulous Bodies, which I have seen. I think it was before it officially came out. It was like displayed at the bookstore, and I was like, but I'm just gonna borrow it from the library first, just in case. And then Sundial, I've heard really good things. Is that by Catriona Ward? That's an author I still haven't tried myself, and I've been meaning to. Hey, that's who it was. I was like, it's a Disney character. I don't know why I can't. You know where my brain went? I was like, is it an animal from Toy Story? I don't know why. I was thinking of Toy Story. I was thinking of like the little aliens that say, you have been chosen, the claw. And I was like, that's not right. I don't know why that was the thing that was in my head. The Kiss of the Selkie is pink. Romance fantasy. Oh yeah, perfect, because you don't have to read creepy, crawly, dark stuff as well. Oh, and it's a Little Mermaid retelling. That sounds interesting. Justed Summerween prompt for Pink Book Spines. Okay, so Black Sheep by Rachel Harrison, just like Home. Guillotine. I've also been meaning to read Guillotine because that looks very interesting. The Lego Stitch she put together. Adorable. I'm sure it is. And then ordered bookmarks as soon as they were released. Oh no, yeah, they're probably gone. That's too bad because they were really nice. And it's nobody's fault. I mean, maybe it's the postal service. I guess they're to blame on it. but we are about to go into another sprint, friends. So I will look through the comments to make sure I didn't miss anything, but we're just going to go for another 45. I'll see you guys when we get back. Well, how did everybody do? Welcome back. I do see that we have tempted Stacy to go onto the Lego website. Dun 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 dun. So far, she says she hasn't bought anything. We'll see if that continues. And then Lucas, I see that you're saying ice cream will be had next after your lunch. And I'm so tempted. I also just don't know if I want to leave my apartment today. So I might have to do some Googling to see if the market's open, and then maybe I'll go get some ice cream myself too, because that sounds delicious. Pete is back. You made it to 72% in your audio. Lots of progress. That's crazy. That's awesome. Coco is working on a work project, that sprint, hoping to finish it up soon and then get back to your book. I hope you can too. Temi made more progress in her manhwa. Very nice. Melting outside with the kids. I was gonna say, Bethany, when you all went outside, which I totally understand, move your body, have fun. But I'm like, I bet you're melting by this point. It's probably quite hot, especially at this time of day. I can imagine. And then luckily got a tub of ice cream last week. You're like, I looked out for myself. Like, good job, past Lucas, for looking out for present day Lucas. Present day Leandra is like shaking her fist at past Leandra. Like, why did you not prepare yourself for this? And then, so Amelia read another 15-ish pages. Really want to get out of my apartment, but see, that's my issue, is I actually would love to just get out and do things, but I also know that currently there is a wall of heat. As soon as I open the door, I'm going to wilt like a flower. And then Tennille listened to some of Grave Peril. Great. Way better today than it has been this week. Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm trying to see what is the temperature right now. I mean, yeah, it's 94 right now here in Fahrenheit. So I'm sure that was obvious, but just to clarify, it's quite warm here outside. So I might wait a few hours and then see if I can nip out as the sun is setting. We'll have to see what I decide to do. Had lunch, very nice while reading Pow. Today, you're alone at home. Ooh, so you have like the whole place to yourself. Sometimes that's quite nice if that's what you wanted. Stacy finished your book. Yay, it was great. Congratulations. Chose your next one, Canadian Boyfriend by Jenny Holiday. Instantly wanted to read because Joshua Jackson narrates it from Dawson's Creek. I never watched Dawson's Creek. Haven't seen one episode of it. So, but anyway, that's just to tell you that I have no connection to it, even though I know that it's like an iconic show for quite a few people. It marks a lot of people's like childhood, like kind of adolescence, growing, the drama of it. But no, I never watched Dawson's Creek. And then not much reading for Sharon. Had a snack. Intercepted the census people at the vacant unit next door. Whoa! So they were like going door to door for the census. Interesting. I've never had that. I've actually never been tallied, I suppose. I don't know if that's how it's done these days. Jacqueline, oh yeah, you helped your husband demold a bathroom. Oh, good. It had to be done. Those are things that you need to keep up on, so that's a smart idea. Sophia, so did not realize that Haunting of Hill House was a classic. And seriously, it's crazy. Yeah, Haunting of Hill House. So Shirley Jackson, obviously she's not... She's an author from like the 20th century, but as far as like her prime writing, but yeah, she is deemed a classic, isn't she? Because let me see, Haunting of Hill House. I just want to see if I can remember when it was published. 1959. Yeah. And so I've read Haunting of Hill House. That's the only horror book that I've read by her. I have also read her nonfiction, Life Among the Savages, which is just about motherhood with her kids, and it was very funny. And then I have read like half of a collection of her short stories, which I was enjoying, but I ended up putting it down because I think I was originally reading it for our fantasy bingo for the short story collection, but it just didn't feel speculative enough. And so I put it down, but I was really liking it at the time. So that's actually weirdly become a bit of a soft DNF because I still haven't returned to it. But yeah. It's very atmospheric. I think it's good for those who want to dip their toes into horror because it's not as hardcore as some other horror books. And then Easterla read 20 pages. You say only, but that's a good amount. From Una Out of Order. Great. Enjoying it so far. Catherine, hello. Welcome. And then for Sophia, genuinely, the horror is how these men treat the women who are queer for each other. And there has been speculation. There has been like quite a bit of like literary criticism and commentary in the academic world about this being a representation of queerness, of friendship and rivalry between the two women. What does it actually mean? And I think that whether she meant for them to be queer or not, I think that that's okay for us from a modern perspective to view it as a queer relationship either way. Yeah, it's really interesting I've unpacked a lot of what you said and you didn't ask for it, but I do think it's a very interesting discussion that we can pull from modern perspectives because queer people have always existed as well. But, as far as like, who knows what Shirley Jackson actually meant. 100 degrees for Amelia. Oh my gosh, feels like 110. Meanwhile, Lucas is basically bragging. 79 degrees Fahrenheit here. Still too warm. I agree. That's still too warm for me. I prefer lower temperatures as far as like mid temps. So like 50s, 60s, low 70s. That's probably where I'm most comfortable. And then Valentine finished Sunrise on the Reaping and you cried, which I think most people did. So you're in good company. We'll be starting it. It came from the closet. Oh, is that a short story collection? I feel like I recognize that. It came from the closet. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I've had my eye on this. Queer Reflections on Horror. It's essays, so not short stories, but I knew that it was a collection. So yeah, that sounds like a great choice, especially after Sunrise on the Reaping, just kind of really switching things up tonally. Stacy was a teen during Dawson's Creek year, so basically grew up on it. Yeah, for sure. I totally understand that. And then the idea of one of the actors being a voice narrator for a book, I could totally understand that pulling you in. And then Azur got to page 150, midpoint of the book for your nonfiction. Awesome. Good progress. Back to the audio and then knitting. Awesome. I have to get back into some crocheting. I have also been doing like needle punch, and actually like everything is in front of me because I don't put things away until I'm completely done with them. So it's always a bit of a mess when I'm in the middle of projects. But yeah, I have some I still have a long way to go before I attempt knitting for the first time, but I do want to learn that as well. Louisina had lunch, now fighting with your computer. Oh no. And Q, thanks for being here. I know you're heading off. Appreciate you. Sharon, most people here do their census online, but they hire people to go door to door. Oh yeah, for the addresses who haven't been logged. That makes sense. And then Marie chose to continue reading Wuthering Heights during the sprint. Ooh, yeah, that's the only book I've read by one of the Bronte sisters, and I know I need to fix that. Like, I need to read from Anne Bronte. I need to read from Charlotte eventually. But I think at the moment, I do own Jane Eyre, so that probably would be the next one, possibly. But The Tenants of Wildfell Hall is also on my want to read list. And then, hello, Cindy. I'm seeing people saying hello and joining, and I do think this is probably the time for me to let you know we are ending sprints soon. I'm so sorry, friends who just joined. Obviously, you can participate in the rewatch. I'm sure there are other people who are sprinting right now, but my goal was to kind of try to reach 6 hours, and we're just shy of that. And so we're going to end up wrapping this up. But thank you so much for making this a special TBRathon weekend. Thank you for showing up. Even though you're not participating in TBRathon, most of you, I'm sure, you just hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. It's a great excuse for us to have sprints either way, even though, we're not participating in TBRathon. And I read 100 pages. I didn't update you guys. I got to page 101 and I just started the book today. So you were able to hang out with me while I read 100 pages. Thank you for motivating me, especially because it being like a physical read. I like physically reading while on sprints. So I'm glad I was able to hang out with you guys on camera for the most part. So yeah. And then, oh, Sophia, love the conversation. In the film on Netflix, they're lesbians, but in the book, they're distant cousins. Yes, yes. That's why there's this suggestion of like a modern interpretation. We can lean into it a little bit more, and why not explore that? Like that sounds great, and it doesn't detract or obscure the actual original work, because people can keep being introduced to it and then interpret it in different ways and have a great discussion. So, 12 degrees Celsius here. Sounds like a dream. That sounds like a great. I know it's probably a little bit cold, but that sounds great to me, Pow. Nice temperature for winter. Exactly. Oh my goodness. 97 for Sophia. Feels like 103. Yeah. Staying inside. Always have several projects on the go, usually at least a couple socks. I still haven't made my apartment socks. Many of you probably don't know what that means, but I really want to crochet like chunky apartment socks for myself. But I haven't. I'm not that speedy with projects. So, like I'm still working on a scarf that I started a couple months ago at this point. And yeah, thanks, Daisy. I'm quite proud of myself, of my progress. I see so many of you thanking me for sprints. I really do appreciate you. Sprints happen because people show up, and it makes it well worth it. So I do appreciate you guys. You guys are the ones who make the sprints fun and what they are. And then glad I could finally join TBRathon Sprints. I'm glad you could too. Haven't made any progress since April. Yeah, well, you made a little bit of progress today. And also, friends, I know that it's because I've been thinking about this. We have a TBR harvest in just a few months, and that can freshen up some things too for those who are looking for maybe another readathon from me. That's all I'll say. It's in the works, and I'm very excited for this year's TBR harvest. But yeah, until next time, I hope to see you all in TBRathon weekend for August. First weekend of August. It's always the first weekend. I'm not the best when it comes to telling you times and dates, but typically it's going to be like a Friday and or Saturday that first weekend, and I hope you guys can add it to your calendars. And yeah, make sure to take care of yourselves. Have you been drinking water? The last time we mentioned it, how much water have you drank since then? Probably not enough. And I hope you guys continue to read, continue to be productive, even while we end the stream here. Anyway, thank you all so much, and happy weekend. Bye, everybody. Stay safe.